Hello. 1 2. One two 1 2.
We're waiting for.
Are you the program director?
No, they say the program director is coming, so I will be assisting in the meantime while waiting for the program director.
Okay. No, program is, we are going to start with the national anthem.
Okay. You will conduct that.
No, then we are going to someone is much
I don't have a program with me.
No, it's fine. When we start,
Yeah.
we are going to start with the national anthem.
Yeah.
Then we start.
Okay.
Then we complete into the prayer.
So we will allow them to come in.
But it,
Yeah, at the door. Yeah.
no, it's fine.
They have to
How
get.
to Magam?
Could you all be seated? Order, comrades. Could you all be seated? We request a little bit of discipline, comrades. Mophosho is waiting outside. Let's be seated, and then they're waiting us to be seated, and then after that we stand up. I'm waiting for you, comrades, to be seated, please. Let's be orderly. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you, comrades. We need a little bit of discipline. We will now allow Umama to come, and then we'll all stand up. Thank you very much. Could you all stand up?
No, but I do about how much because it's here. How to come up from the national anthem.
Ndicela aba bantu bame apha nihlale phansi. Siyayibawela idiscipline kancinci kakhulu kunjanje. If you want to hold meetings, hold them outside, please. Thank you very much. Come. Thank you very much. While we're standing, we're going to sing the national anthem. Thank you. Thank you very much. We may be seated. Good morning, everyone. Let me start by acknowledging the TG. The Premier of Gauteng is here with us. Leadership, national leadership, provincial leadership, the regional leadership, branches of the African National Congress. I see this side, our police, members of the family. We are told they are still coming. We need to make sure that there's a space for the family which is coming. We have a big family, comrades. We are here to celebrate the life of Mophosho. Florence Mophosho, I personally, I know her. I was in Zambia with her. And the majority of people that are here, Comrade Nosiviwe Mapisa Ngakula, and other comrades that might be here that were in exile in Zambia with Mophosho. So I was lucky to be received in Zambia by Mophosho, Mambama Leka. Recently, besibeka omama bethu, omama badala, they are leaving us. Basishiya omama bethu abadala, and where we are today because of them. Some of us were ministers because they fought for liberation, and it is the time now we give them that respect and make sure that we do things the way they taught us. And I'm going to, because I'm waiting for Unomantu. You see the program director is supposed to be Nomantu. But while I'm still waiting for Unomantu, we will carry on until she joins us. I see the opening remarks because we're not going to wait. We don't have time. We're supposed to start at 9 o'clock. The time now is 9:10. I'm going to allow, I'm not quite sure if the mayor is here, but I'm going to request the mayor to come because according to the program, I'm supposed to be having people that are going to open by prayer this funeral. But I do not see in the program, but now, because I come from church, everything before you start, there must be a prayer. I'm going to request before the mayor, yes, to come forward. Thank you very much.
ya rona re a leboha. Le mesong ya letsatsi o re tsositse. Wa re bontsha tšhabo ya letsatsi. Re lebohela Modimo wa rona letsatsi lena. Go fihlile nako ya hore re ye ho jala mmele wa mme. Jwalo ka ha o irile ho rona re le role re tla kgutlela leroleng. O re kgutlelang lona bana ba batho. Nako e fihlile Modimo ya hore motho wa hao a yo phomola hobane hore mesebetsi ya rona ya re latela. Mosebetsi ya o yentseng bophelong ba hae ho fihlile moo o reng ho yena up to here ho lekane. Ke lena lelapa Modimo le hlonolofatse ba fe matshediso a moya o halalelang. Lebitsong la Ntate le la Mora le moya o halalelang. Amen.
Thank you very much, Reverend Murwane. I see that there are people that are sitting here. I like your discipline, comrades. Keep it that way. We are now going to start. And I'm not quite sure if the mayor is here. We're not going to wait, comrades. We are late, 10 minutes late. I'm going to request the mayor to come forward and do opening remarks. If the mayor is not around, I will allow the premier to come and do the opening remarks. I work with time, comrades. I don't know where the mayor is. Oscars, my Oscars, we're here to celebrate. Could you sing a song?
Sinemibuzo, oh tina siyabuza, oh tina sinemibuzo, batini yabo mama, alele miazene, batini yabo mama, alele machele. Oh, tina siyabuza. Amandla. Amandla. Viva ANC, viva. Viva the ANC Women's League, viva. Viva the ANC Veterans League, viva! Viva the ANC Youth League, viva! Thank you, Program Director. Let me take this opportunity to pass my greetings to the Mophosho family and their relatives. To comrades of the African National Congress, to the leadership of the ANC in Gauteng, to the leadership of the ANC nationally, leaders of our alliance partners, stalwarts and veterans of our liberation struggle, the leagues of our movement, fellow citizens of Johannesburg and South Africa at large, members of the media, the clergy, pastors and ministers who are here. Good morning. Today we gather here in remembrance, not in sorrow alone, but in gratitude and pride. We are here to welcome home one of our city's most extraordinary daughters, Florence Mophosho, a revolutionary, a mother of our movement, and a global citizen of justice and peace. Born in 1921 in Alexander Township, Florence Mophosho's life story is inseparable from the story of Johannesburg itself, a city whose streets have witnessed the pain and the promise of South Africa's freedom struggle. From humble beginnings, working as a domestic worker and a factory employee, she rose to become a torchbearer of political consciousness, inspired by the 1952 Defiance Campaign. She joined the African National Congress and soon worked alongside stalwarts such as Alfred Nzo, Titi Nkobi, J.P. Marx, Moses Kotane, Oliver Tambo, and Nelson Mandela. Her activism was rooted in the everyday struggles of ordinary women, the poor, the workers, and the dispossessed. And through her tireless organizing, she helped give voice and dignity to those rendered voiceless by apartheid's cruelty. Mophosho understood, long before it became fashionable to say so, that the liberation of women was inseparable from the liberation of the nation. She mobilized women against the past laws, stood at the forefront of the 1956 Women's March, and was instrumental in organizing the Congress of the People in Kliptown, where the Freedom Charter was adopted, the very foundation of our democracy. Through her work, she linked the struggles of domestic workers, mothers and rural women to the broader cause of freedom and justice. Her political work was revolutionary feminism in practice, not as theory, but as lived resistance. When the apartheid regime banned her and sought to silence her voice, she went on and continued with the struggle underground and later went into exile. In Tanzania and Zambia, she found refuge among fellow freedom fighters. There she went on to organize and inspire, and later represented the ANC in Berlin at the Women's International Democratic Federation, carrying South Africa's call for freedom to the global stage. We pause today to express our deep, enduring gratitude to the people and governments of Tanzania and Zambia, who opened their homes and hearts to our exiled comrades and leaders. Their solidarity was not a gesture. It was an act of revolutionary love that made possible the continuation of our struggle. Mayor Florence Mophosho passed away on 9 August 1985, Women's Day. She passed on in Lusaka in Zambia. Her death on that day symbolized the sacred bond between her life and the eternal struggle of women for freedom and dignity. President O.R. Tambo, Titi Nkobi, Chrisani and Ray Simons were amongst those who paid tribute to her, calling her Iqhawe Lamakhawe. Today, as we lay her remains to a final resting place in her own homeland, we do not only return her remains to the soil of Johannesburg, but we return her to history, to memory, and to the collective consciousness of our people. Comrades and compatriots, Ma'am Phosho's life calls us to reflect on the unfinished tasks of liberation. Her struggle was not for position, privilege, nor personal reward. It was for the dignity of the working class, for the emancipation of our women, and for the total freedom of the oppressed. As the city of Johannesburg, we stand proud to call her one of our own, a citizen of this city, a daughter of Africa, and a global citizen of the human spirit. We commit ourselves today to advancing her ideals, to build a city that is humane and inclusive, to ensure that women lead and participate fully in our social economic life, to rekindle the revolutionary ethics of service and sacrifice that defined her generation. In closing, let this burial not only mark the closing of a chapter, but the renewal of our vow that the work for which she lived and died will continue in our deeds and in our governance. Let us rise to the challenge of her memory, to lead with consciousness, to serve with humility, and to love our people without condition. Mayor Florence Mophosho, Iqhawe Lamakhawe, Johannesburg welcomes you home. You belong to this soil, this city, this nation, and this continent. May you rest in eternal peace. Your struggle was not in vain. Long live the spirit of Florence Mophosho. Long live.
Thank you very much, Mayor. There's a song that we sang at home, a very nice song. Ebelisithi Sikulindile Ekhaya. I would request the women to sing that song. The African National Congress, this is our time. So we must show that this is the ANC now. When we head over to government, we must use the space of being the members of the African National Congress. I want women to come here. Women, come to Mophosho. Come forward, women. This is our space as African National Congress. We are going to hand over to government But this is our space. Let's make sure that we say bye-bye to Mama Mophosho with a... Ekhaya bakulindile, ekhaya bakulindile, ekhaya bakulindile, ekhaya, 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 ekhaya. Oza, 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 ekhaya, 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 ekhaya. Oza, 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 ekhaya, 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 ekhaya. Oza, oza. Thank you so much. Of course, Mama Mophosho, Mama Mophosho are waiting. I can see them doing guard of honor. I can see Mama Mophosho. I can see comrades waiting for Mama. The second home that Mama is going to, they are waiting for her. Thank you so much. Kaya baku. Thank you. Kaya. Kaya. Oh. Amanda. Mayihlale phansi bamba umthetho. Thank you so much. Ndiyanithanda nge-discipline, comrades. Ndiyanithanda nge-discipline. Keep it up. This is our space. It's the space of the African National Congress. We must say bye-bye to Mama Florence. We know that they're waiting for her. The last home that she's going to, Mama. Mama Mophosho are waiting. All other comrades, including my husband, they are waiting for her at home. What are they going to say? Mama Tatu Mandela, Tatu Mama Sulu, Mama Sulu are waiting for her ekhaya. The last home that we are all going to. Thank you so much. I'm now going to call the members of the family, and I have my program in front of me. I'm going to read what is written in the program. I'm with Unomanto now. Unomanto was tied up with Umsebenzi Nyamazi. She's an MEC. She was still sorting out issues that has to do with the work. I'm glad you are here, Nomantu. We welcome you, Sisi. You are going to hand over. I'm going to work with you. And with me in the program, the tribute will be done by Leslie, Mulaseli, Mophosho, Mukhoti. Nisola kaloku. Let's keep quiet. I know maybe the family has their own song. If you don't have a song, we're going to sing for you. So we're waiting for the member of the family to come forward to do the tribute. Where is she? Oh, I see he's behind me. You're welcome, Dada. Do you have a song? Lama Kosi Kazi.
Please stand to your right.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I want, before I start, to pay my respects to the chaplain of the SAP. And before me, I see the Premier, the Mayor. I see other people with whom I grew up in Alexandra. And I'm simply overawed. I'm overawed. I never thought I'd be honored and asked to stand before such an august gathering. I never thought that would happen in my lifetime. But I want to say to you, the most important thing I want to convey to you, let me tell you, Chairperson, one, I want to tell you about who Florence Mophosho was in the family. She was our pillar of strength. She was the third daughter of John Lejoho. The first one, my Mamkulu, Juju Rachel, who got married to Stevens. Then followed my mother, Junkula Georgina Mophosho, who got married to Makoti. And then followed Florence and Ukis. Now, let me make it clear to you. The most important thing I will message is that the family of Mophosho want to express their deepest, sincerest gratitude to all those who helped to see this day happen. What haunted me for many years after my aunt got into exile, and later on in Lusaka, she got ill, passed on, and like I said, 4 or 5 things. The first one is this one. When she was buried in Lusaka, this girl here, the daughter, and my elder sister and her husband, Don Zulu, were the people who went to the funeral. Now there again, I wish to express the deepest gratitude from the Mophoshos that when my aunt passed on in Lusaka, she was given a decent burial, and I saw also the obituaries and all that. And also, the people of that country, when my aunt went into exile, received her. You know, sometimes we say, you want to thank the family for having given you their aunt, their daughter, their granny, to do ABC, serve the people. On the other hand, reciprocal, the family says, thank you people, you gave our aunt the space. It's both ways. She was given the space to become, and let me tell you, having known her, she used to abba me and my sister when my mother went to do laundry in the nearest suburb, Bramley, Highlands North. Now there's something, I always, I don't know how to put it. We remained at home, number 23. Now she, being the one following my mother, she looked after the family. She was the pillar, let me tell you. In fact, there are photos where she liked children, family. She liked children, family, my aunt. Now, I want to suspect that sometimes when my mother took long to come back from the laundry work and so on, she, to silence me when I wanted to suckle. That happened. Now that's the first, her funeral. Then the second thing is this one. I want to thank the presidency and all the people who honored her with that thing of Order of Lutuli. It's a great honor, and we thank you for that, the presidency for having thought of that. I didn't attend again, she did with my sister and so on. And then now, this one, it's a solemn thing which I can't forget. As we sat in Pretoria at the Freedom Square, and before us, the coffins, the 47 coffins brought before us. I'm telling you, up to this day, I don't say I'm traumatized, but now listen, I want to thank the movement. Jose Moraka o na re ga ke rate go bona sapola motho le go gakangwa ke dintša man. Ga ke batle go bona sapola motho le go gakangwa ke dintša. So fetched the 47 families, and I learn you have not finished your task. Please, may God give you the strength to fetch the remaining all over Africa and so on. May God give you and bless you, give you the strength. Now finally, here we are. A gorogile masapo a ga Flori man. like I said, I was always haunted by Mula Kiri, Lila Taning Masapo Aha. Me and the family, if it wasn't for the you people, boom. I like that. I'm finishing off with this one. The thought, Yahweh, but what made this girl just go into exile? What kept that going? Now, I liked what, is it the mayor who said, there's something in each one of us. The human spirit, he called it. Someone said, oppressors have used chains, bullets, weapons, prisons, and enslaved people. That was their greatest weapon, the enslavement of the human mind. Now, that human spirit is in each one of you. The spirit to want to be free, emancipated. That was the driving force. And I think in our crisis and things, let's keep this in mind. No amount of whatever can kill that desire in the human being to be free. I thank you, Baha Mophosho, Baha Zulu, Baha Leboga go menagane, Modimo wa boikanyo ikana, mo go wena, o gogile, o gogile, o ale.
You can do better than that on that song. Can we have a song? Ubukombre doing. No, besicele cawe just one song utata ubesibethe ngelicau masimhlise ngalo. Lizali City ngala akho tikongo siye nyani iso onkinhla ngazonke izizwe masisu ze usindis amado lokwe lilis mawako bepa mekwa ako zidezi tizo kilwi imi zilupe ludu molwa ako. Thank you. Siyabonga kakhulu. Masibulele utata. Kamazwi asiphe wona. Siyacela kancane niyibambe kancane izawungena iplatoon manje. But let me first acknowledge the leadership that is here. Silwela mulungulu, thula tanam tanam. Silwela malungulu, thula tanam tanam. Ela Yesu, thula tanam tanam. Silwela malungulu, thula tanam. Silwela Yesu, thula Thula mntana mntana ela esizwe thula mntana ziwela esizwe thula mntana mntana ela esizwe. South Africa. Ay, 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 ay. South Africa. South Africa. Amandla! Amandla! Viva ANC, viva! Viva SACP, viva! Viva COSATU, viva! Viva the ANC Women's League, viva! Malibongwe! Malibongwe! Roar Young Lions, roar! Roar Young Lions, roar! Viva MK Veterans League, viva! Viva MK Liberation War Veterans, viva! Viva the ANC, viva! Viva the spirit Skamamu Florence, viva! Pata ANC, pata! Pata ANC, pata! Comrades, itsale ke iphume. Sizawunikana ke i-chance. Athi amaXhosa amathuba. Comrade Provincial, Chairperson of the Women's League, manage the Women's League. Comrades from MK War Liberation Veterans League, manage the comrades, the platoon. Comrades, siza kuba namathuba okusawunikezana. Ayiye ngaphandle, ayihlale phansi bamba umthetho. Ayihlale phansi bamba umthetho. Ayihlale phansi bamba umthetho. Sesihlela ngithi. Ngiyabonga. Comrades, igama lami ndinguNomantu, I am with uSisphem. Mari umane uthi uyangishiya ngiyancenga. Singama program director sobabini sibambisene nosisi wami, but kune part athi esizawunikezela kuyo kwi leadership kakhulumente isibambele yona njengoba nibona uba umama athi amaXhosa ndizawuma ndirifera kuwo because ayazi uba anendlela yawuthetha mani makunje kumandi bathi akulelanga mntu nje apha. So ndifuna uku-acknowledge ifemeli kamama uFlorence Mophosho ngokuba basinikeza umama abe kunye nathi. Siyabonga kakhulu kwifemeli. Siyayazi uba umama ibingengomntu nje. That is why igama likamama nesename kamama nefemeli yakhe will never be forgotten. So namhlanje sizokumbeka ke futhi ngondiliseko ngoba urhulumente ne-organization zonke that mama was leading zihlangene zathi akuzange kube nje xa kuhambe iqhawekazi bengathi kuhamba usana ngathi kuhamba umntana omncane. So you can see then umfutho kule holo, umoya kaThixo kule holo, undiliseko kule holo, that indeed mama was a dignified woman who fought for the liberation of this country. Everyone, when you live here, as a family members, you'll be happy to see the type of a woman that mama was and that mama has left in this country. Because namhlanje, we are not only making her in her resting place again, but we are celebrating the legacy yakhe that we must really appreciate. Kwemakabane kaTambo, we are going to move. Ndicelileke ndathi ndicela kuqala acknowledge all the leadership that is here, and allow me then njengoba bese ngiqale ngefamily ndibuye acknowledge uTreasurer General of the ANC umama uGwendra Mkhupa kunye nazo zonke NEC members ahamba nazo ezilapha namhlanje. Ndibuye acknowledge i-leadership ye-ANC Women's League National led by uComrade Nokuthula Nqaba ongu-SG we-Women's League nawo onke amalungu e-ANC alapha e-NEC and the other structures the-ANC. Ndibuye acknowledge uconvener wethu noko-convener ubaba Amos Masondo nobaba uPanyaza Lusufi nawo wonke amalungu e-PTT e-African National Congress alapha namhlanje. Ubaba uPanyaza ndiphinde ndithathe ithuba lo acknowledge njengomongami umphathi wephondo ongupremier walapha in the province. Ndibuye emaqabane ndiye kwi-leaders zethu. We have the ANC former president umama uNosiviwe Maphisa nguye ensambonayo, and other leaders of the ANC, NEC members, those that have been leading, our former leaders abalapha. Ndibuye ndiye kubaba uSinuki Zikalala kunye nomama wethu ongu-SG bobabini ne-leaders ze-NEC ezilapha zama Veterans League. Nisoloko nibaphakathi kwethu mama kunye notata. Siyabonga kakhulu. Every reburial that is being done, you have been leading. Enkosi kakhulu ngalonto leyo. Siyabonga kakhulu. And then sibuye size ephondweni. Sibulele bonke abantu abalapha bephondo abe Women's League. Leadership yakhona led by Comrade Faith Mazibuko and Comrade Telisa as a Provincial Secretary and the Chairperson of the Women's League. Sibuye siye ku-ANC Youth League, sibonge i-leadership yabo, i-leadership ye-PEC Youth League. Premier bayasidelela abantwana qho masithethe bamane besithi abayo PTT bona. So let's not forget that. Sibuye size kwi-region siyacknowledge umeya ongu-chairperson wale region yase Johannesburg ne-leadership yakhe yonke aphethe nayo kwi-REC uComrade uDada Murero. Siphinde sibuye siacknowledge the Youth League ye-region. This region ibingeke ibe khona lo mcimbi if the structures of the region, the branches of this region, the regional branches of the region zingekho. I-alliance andiyilibalanga, although I have not seen who is representing the leadership of the alliance, but bakhona nabo siyababulela from the province and the region and the branches of the alliance. In the SACP, ke basibiza ama-district. So the districts that are here, we do acknowledge them. Sibuye, ndingabalibala kanjani abefundisi. Ngibonile nobaba uMwerane ndiyavuya tata ude wakhuphuka wezala. Ubaba uReverend uMwerane, usisi Nonqaba, kunye nobaba wethu, uchaplain wethu, wesabs ubaba Mashiyane. Siyanibulela kakhulu ngokuphathela umsebenzi. Kuye kuthiwe phayana ekhaya, xa utshonile, utshone ungahambi cawe. Uxelele uba umsebenzi wakho soze undiliseke. Because you are not a member of any church. So makunabantu becawe bafundisi bam, siye sithi ke mase sibuya after umngcwabo siphuza itiye, kuthiwe umngcwabo kamama uFlorence ubumandi. You are the ones that make the funeral. Sisebenzise the word yoba ibimandi because of the way that you lead in the procession, the funeral. So siyabonga kakhulu to all the religious leaders that are here. I know others are not here. They are sitting here with us. Everybody that is here is important. Let me put that up front. If I didn't acknowledge any leader, ndiyacela nindifakele izandla emanzini. I wanted to speak that in Tswana, but I'm still practicing that. That is, ndicela nisifakele izandla emanzini. I know there are government officials that are here, led by the DG of the province, that is working with the Premier, that has made this event to be like this. The leadership yesabs njengoba sibona ikhona, led by ubaba olapha uMashiyane, bazawube besiqhubela lo msebenzi ku-part 3 wethu. Everybody, including you media, siyabonga kakhulu ngokubakho kwenu, because everybody today will know ukuba ubani umama uFlorence Mophosho because of your presence in this house. All the administrators that are here, I know my coordinator, uComrade Hope ukhona, and undijongile uba lo mcimbi ngakulinge ndiwumoshe ngokunweba ndenza izinto zami ezisecaleni. I hope Comrade PC ndisayibambe kakuhle lento. You had to have a session nami undiyala. So ndiyazazi iziyalo zakho phela wena awufihli mawuyala. Undicelela uba senze lo mcimbi ngokundiliseko. I hope the first part sisayibambe ngendlela ofuna ngayo. So the leadership then we are going to move. Sicele tribute from the family. Sikunye no Mr. uKhositsile utata sefikile. Leslie ngokusifuna ubaba uKhositsile Mophosho to come and talk to us. Ngicela iWomen's League iphakamise ubaba ngengoma. After that ichoir ibe ready. Sine choir yaseDaluwonga that I must acknowledge izawungena nayo after the daughter izosiculela. Khawutsho kancinci ingoma utata ngokezayo ndimsukele.
Thank you, program directors, for the opportunity that you've given us to pay tribute to our mother as a family. Let me acknowledge the leadership present here of the African National Congress, the Premier of our province, the Executive Mayor of our city, Mme Gwen Ramukhopa, I see you, the treasurer, and all protocol observed. Baruti, Mokhacho, SEPS, citizens. A few weeks ago, we had an occasion in Bloemfontein, and it rained. Last week, we had an occasion of a marriage, of a wedding in Kelvin, and it rained. This morning, it threatens to rain. We're glad it didn't. Someone said it's in the nature ya bakgwatleng. Ko go na le tiro ya bakgwatleng ko teng ya na pula. Ebile ha re fetsa go bua gantsi ra re pula. As a family, we wish to take this opportunity to thank the ANC for affording us closure by bringing the mortal remains of our mother, our aunt, and our grandmother back home. Some of us grew up hearing about her from the elders, and it was mainly in whispers due to the politics of the time. It looked like a far-fetched issue, something that looked like anecdotal, something that looked like fiction, but it was always told in a hush-hush manner. We heard that she was born in the 1920s, and we also later heard that she died in the 1980s in Tanzania. When the ANC and other liberation formations were unbanned in the 90s, many persons from exile came back home. A lot of stories were told about her and others in exile. We heard that she was in charge of the women's section in exile, Mazimbu, they said. They said she was a mother to all of them, bar none. She nurtured and looked after them like their real mother, and them like her real children. We were also told that she was a good organizer and a disciplinarian. She was involved in organizing the Congress of the People, we were told, which led to the adoption of the Freedom Charter in 1955. She was also involved in organizing the anti-pass movement and the March of 9 August 1956 and the Alexander Bus boycott. She made valuable input in issues affecting women. She actively advocated for childcare centers and understood that a member of the ANC is also a mother if she was a woman. Indeed, if they were a man, they would be a father. This led to the formation of the Charlotte Maxeke Child Care Center. We thank the government of the ANC as a family, under the then President Mbeki, to give to our mother the Luthuli in Silver Order for her contribution to human rights. Most of her political engagements are also in the archives of the German Democratic Republic, we are told, where she was once deployed. Mme Florence, unfortunately, apparently never had a real social life. She traveled a lot, always preoccupied with what was going on in South Africa. We can say she really lived for the struggle. In terms of other organizational involvement, it would be addressing something to the converted. Almost everyone here would know better than even us, the family, about Mary Florence and what she did in exile and how she influenced particularly the young women who came to Zambia and other countries for exile. Someone once said, I quote, "Apartheid was so immoral in its conception and devastating in its execution that there is no South African living today who is not touched by it." He said it even go on to say that to deny this, in his view, was treasonous. And this was our current president, Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa. I'd like to repeat that. Apartheid was so immoral in its conception and devastating in its execution that there is no South African living today who is not touched by it. A whole lot, I suspect, of what's happening post-apartheid are the results of apartheid. We bicker amongst ourselves, we find fault with each other, even where no fault lies. It's true that we come from the school of a luta continua, but we were unfortunately not told when to stop fighting. We fight even beyond victory, spoiling the victory. Let's know when to stop fighting and start becoming one, start unifying our systems for the betterment of all. One person, Steve Biko, once said, "It is better to die for an idea that will live than to live for an idea that will die." Strange things do happen. He wrote a book, I Write What I Like, Steve Biko. I write what I like. As I say, strange things happen. From a strange source, a white person, as it were, but a professor of medicine, Chris Barnard, who has seen many live hearts. I've hardly seen one dead one. He once said, "If you've got no motivation to struggle, you are not a part of life." That is the good from across the road that we should take. If you have no motivation to struggle, you are not a part of life. Mary Florence left the country many years ago to go and live in exile. Like many of her ilk and persuasion, the purpose was to go out there and fight for the liberation of her people from apartheid shackles. We are a proud nation today due to the bravery of Mary Florence and those who were with her in exile. Obviously, those who struggled while still inside. We are able to say today, we the people. When we say we the people, it's as a result of people like Mary Florence and others like her who fought, sacrificed, so that we must have a better life. We must always carry the belief that she was otherwise peaceful, as it is said, and cherish that peace. We must guard against being alienated from one another, where and when there might be a difference of opinion or execution style. Difference of opinion is not necessarily a declaration of war. Difference of opinion is a pollination of ideas, and it's got to be held in both hands, with both hands. Truly, Mme Florence chose the path to die for an idea that will live, which was freedom and unity, than to live for an idea that would die. Like apartheid, for instance, disunity, strife, and so forth. Please, let's follow their example and strive for the betterment of all. Ke a leboha.
Amandla, thank you, comrade. Yeah, let's apologize to the ANC Women's League, RTT. It's here from Johannesburg, led by the convener and the coordinator. Thank you, Tata Siyabonga kakhulu. What we are going to do then is to call, but before that, there is an announcement that is very serious. We want to apologize that our ablution blocks are being refurbished both for men and for female. We've opened this door so that we can escort the protocol officers will assist those who want to go and utilize our ablution blocks just here on the first floor. It's not far. And those who are unable to walk that long distance, there's a shorter one this side at the City Hall. So we will be using both of those areas. Our sincere apology for that, because we thought by now they will be done, but they are still working on them. Then we are going to call Ubaba, who is a family member, Ubaba Mophosho, one of our family members, to come and speak to us. Then ungacula ke niculela ubaba kancinci. Umda.
Bagaetsho dumelang. Bakgwatlheng dumelang. Ditlogolo tsa bakgwatlheng ra le dumedisa. Le lona dikokomane tsa kgwatlheng dumelang. Re rata go dumedisa bomme ba mokgatlho wa African National Congress. Wo e leng gore mme wa rona Florence o ne a tshela le bone. Re dumedise le go leboga mokgatlho wa ANC wo e leng gore o amogetse mma rona Florence Mophosho ba mo tseya ba mo dira mongwe wa bone. Ga ba mo amogela fela, they supported her. And they believed in her. Bagaetsho, Florence ke Mophosho. Florence ke mokgwatlheng. Re ba kgwatlheng. Re batho ba bantle, batho ba ga khunwana. Batho ba ga mmathari. Re batho ba ga motshaba le kgomo mo tlogela temo. Re ba kgwatlheng ba ga mmahiana phesana moswagadi jwa ka shokwe. Ga o sena shokwe ga o itshware. Re ana tlosilopo stamane tona sethuthuthu bolo. Now di tona o faphile ditsebe tota ga fapha ditsebe o di robaditse fela. Selo se se marapo a thata tlou selopo selo se se ditsebe-tsebe se se marota-rota. Tlou selopo selo sa go emisa terene letshegare lotlhe ya re rutluluga ya rutluluga ya roba ditlhare ya thuba dithaba ya leba thabantsho thibang tlou ke eo thibang tlou ke eo ya e lebile botlhabatsatsi le gadima la betsa ga mela setlhare banna ba tshaba lepapa basadi ba tlhaba megolokwane bana ba lela selelo se se botlhoko ke eo e fetile tlou namane tse tona tsa amogelwa ka dipina dikoma le megolokwane ya goroga jalo kwa ratlou tle bakgwatlheng namane tse tona mmathari ke a leboha.
Hayi bomama sanukusihlaza khaniphindeni ke nililizele nazoke. Siyabonga baba. Now we are going to ask for the daughter to come and do the tribute. Immediately when she's finished, the choir, if they can just come and stand on the stage so that they can assist us. Igama lamakhosikazi ma alibongwe, igama lamakhosikazi ma malibongwe, malibongwe ma malibongwe, malibongwe ma igama lamakhosikazi ma libongwe, igama lamakhosikazi ma malibongwe, malibongwe.
Greetings to all Bahulu, Balingteng, Katasayansi, Enaya Karna Teku, Bahulu Kaufela, Medisa, Kadipilo Talnata Chumpeiling, Kirikieme Mona, Kalitatila Kajuku, Kena Nuksula Zulu. Kena Nuktula Zulu, Sitloholo Sam Mophosho, Mophosho. Ke Sitloholo, Katsele Eiling, hore ke mme wa ka ke Mophosho, ntate wa ka ke wa Hazulu, so nna ke Makeba. Ke tlo le bongalela lekwalo le lengwetseng ke mama to her mother, Mme Florence Mophosho. Today, I would like to share a letter from me to you, Mama. Wow, Mama, this day has finally come. It all seems so surreal. The day we get to lay you to rest in your home country. It has been a long time coming. I remember the day you were leaving the country. I was just a little girl, 7 years of age. I watched you packing your clothes in a small bag as if you were going to a place not so far and would return soon. We were together with your sister Muriel as I watched her helping you to pack your clothes ever so neatly. She knew what was to happen. I saw the way you both looked at each other. You both knew that the time had come and that there would be a lot of uncertainty of what the future would hold. But nonetheless, you were both determined to go out into the world to fight for what you knew was right and just. It was late in the night when you had a brief conversation with me. You then told me to go to bed and sleep. I remember asking you, why couldn't we all go to bed together like we normally did? You then said to me, "Tsamorobala di makatso, I'm coming." I went into bed. You came and sat beside me. I was restless, but didn't know why. As you kept saying, "Maki, ako robale. Maburu atla. Atla khona yanong." Cover your head so that you won't see them and they won't see you, as you will be hidden. We then heard a very gentle knock on the window. A torchlight shone into the house. You turned to me to say, "My friends have come to fetch me. I need to leave now." I then asked you, "But why can't they come in the morning?" You answered me to say, "Dimakat, you know I must leave now. I've always told you that we cannot distribute the leaflets at night." You said you needed to hurry and leave as you didn't want Maburu to find us awake. You told me that I would have to go and live with my aunt, Mama Cookies, in Dubeko, Soweto, as Mama Mura was still a student nurse and couldn't be with me all the time. You said you would come back shortly. It wouldn't be a long trip, and that I would get tired along the way as we were going to be walking, and that you would come back soon. Mama Kukisi would come and fetch me and to collect me and all the furniture in the house, to take all the belongings in the house so that when Mabubu came, they would have no trace on us. I wept softly. You hugged me. Both me and Mama Muriel left. I moved from Alexandra to Dube in Soweto. We lived together with Mama Kukisi, her husband Bab Kumalo, and her 6 sons, my brothers. While we were there in Dube, the special branch would come time and time again to harass us and ask us about your whereabouts. They were scary times. I wondered where you were and why they always had to come and look for you. Because the special branch police would come often. Some of them ended up being a bit close to the family. They would be dropped off at the house for about an hour or so. Some would later pretend to be doing their job, while in reality, they would ask for coffee and cakes. They would sit and no longer ask the routine questions. During my primary school years, I met friends of mine whose parents later went to exile. They would often ask me where my mom was. "We have never seen her. You're always with your aunt and her husband and cousin brothers." I would answer to say, "My mom is schooling somewhere outside the country." They would ask, "Somewhere." "Where, Mikey?" I would you all ask too many questions. "Let's just play. She will be back soon, and we will all see her." There was a time when you were in Botswana, Gaborone, Mama. There was a meeting that was being held there. You arranged for me to come and visit you. Even in those hardships, Mama Winnie Matikizela, together with Ntate Desmond Tutu, would be the people to help me to get an air ticket. I remember going to Ntate Desmond's house where we met together with Me Winnie Matikizela. They both contributed to my air tickets. This would be my first time on a plane. I was nervous. I couldn't believe that I was truly going on an airplane. They gave me a number to call on my arrival at the President's Hotel. However, when we landed, I was soon to find out that the hotel wasn't anywhere close to the airport. I met Ntate Olifant, who was there running an errand. He had to pick up a few tins of paint. He saw me standing there alone, looking so scared and fragile. He asked who you are waiting for. I answered. I didn't answer. He said, "Young girl, I'm only trying to help you. I can see that you seem afraid and lost." I answered him with a shaking voice. "I'm going to the President's Hotel. I don't know where it is." He then He then said he needed to get the last the tin of paint. He would be back and we would then leave. We got into the car, he drove to his house. It was a big house. We walked into the yard where we were met by his children. He asked them to show me where the phone was. I called the number that was given to me to Mama Winnie before I left the country and explained to the person on the other side of the line that I needed to be picked up at Ntate Oliphant's house. I was picked up and taken to the house where I would meet Mama after I had last seen her when I was 7 years old. The sight of you brought so much joy to me. It was like a dream. I ran to you. You embraced me, ever so strongly. We were both overwhelmed with happiness and overcome with emotions. I stayed there with you for 2 weeks. When we parted, you went to Zambia and I to South Africa, only to hear that just a week later, that a bombing occurred in the house we were residing in. You would write letters. Mama Cookies would always say, "Maggie, you have received a letter from Florence." Even when she hadn't opened it, she somehow knew that it was for me. Even though she knew that you wouldn't include her you would include her in her writings, she would always let me open the letter first. I later went to boarding school in Transkei. Those were the hardest days of my life. I wasn't accustomed to the way that they did things there. It was all new to me. I always wished and prayed that you would come back and fetch me from there. The white policemen found out that I was schooling there, and they would come for me. They would come too frequently. All children would ask me, "Why is that when the policemen come to the school, they always ask for you?" I couldn't answer them as much as I couldn't answer the policemen. Who would shout in my face, demanding me to tell them where you were. At times they would get someone to call me on the line. To get someone to call me pretending to be you. I would just keep quiet on the other side of the line. I dreaded my days in Transkei. I left school and returned home to Soweto. The principal would not have me there any longer, as it was causing disruption and it was somewhat of an embarrassment to him. I was back at Soweto at home with my aunt and her husband and my cousin brothers. I alternated between Alexandra and Soweto. I stayed with Ma'am Muriel. She too took great care of me. She would often tell me that all will be well. I shouldn't despair. In fact, that was one of her favorite lines, together with the one that says, "All clouds have a silver lining." Mama, this simply talks to how you left me in warm, loving, capable hands of your dear sisters. I would later be reunited with you in the year 1985 in Lusaka, Zambia. I stayed there with you for 3 months. You were really not well. You had been diagnosed with cancer of the stomach and had undergone 3 surgeries. Your stomach was so small that you could no longer take solid foods. I remember having to puree your food, which you ate a very small amount of. When I looked at you, going through all the pain, I somehow wished I could take it all away. You were always so strong, though you carried out your duties so eminently, as though you had no pains at all. I stayed with you until the last week that my passport had expired. I had to return home. The day we had to part felt so heavy. You had an appointment at the hospital. I was to leave Zambia, renew my passport, and return to you. But somehow, it was as if you knew that we wouldn't get the opportunity to see each other again. We stood outside on the stoop as the car drove into the yard to collect you. I remember how you didn't say a word, except you held me tight in your arms for a while, looked at me as I watched the trail of tears run down your face. I said I would be back soon. I'm only leaving to renew my passport. I won't be long. But you continued to just hold me in silence. It was as if you knew it was as if you knew that you would no longer be there to welcome me back. It dawned on me that you were saying, In that silent moment, I shrugged it off. It wasn't something I wanted to make sense of. We parted. 4 days later, we received a message that you had now passed from this world. So many thoughts came to mind. I wished I had lived, that I should have stayed with you. I wished I hadn't lived and that I had stayed with you on those days. But God had other plans. Mama, all your fellow comrades were so touched by your passing. They wanted to honor you with the greatest of respect and dignity. A cow and a sheep was slaughtered. It was an honorable funeral. Your fellow comrades wanted to send you off like they would have back home. It was a bittersweet day. Mama, you were a courageous, loving, respectful, strong, dedicated, curious woman of your time. You will be forever loved by your family and friends.
Thank you, Sis Maki, siyabonga kakhulu. Let's then allow the choir then to come with a song. It's Daliwonga Secondary School. Thank you. Siyabonga Daliwonga. Oh, nisiphumela ngaphandle kwequorum, it's fine then. I thought nawusiphe uphuma Daliwonga. Siyabonga kakhulu. Now we are going to call the SG of the Women's League to give us a tribute. Comrade Nokuthula, who's our Secretary General. Comrade Nokuthula, if you can come, but tell us what Hlabelani ngoma. Oh, kaya bakulindile, kaya bakulindile, kaya bakulindile, kaya bakulindile.
Yes. Andiniva makhosikazi, andiniva, ekhaya bakulindile, ekhaya bakulindile, woza woza, woza,
Ngiyabona.
woza woza, woza, khaya. Mama
Kaya bakulindile. Kaya bakulindile.
Kaya, kaya, woza woza, woza woza,
Kaya bakulindile.
woza woza, woza woza.
Amandla. Amandla. Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. Wathinta umama. Wathinta imbokodo. Viva ANC, ANC, viva. Viva Congolose, viva. Viva the alliance partners, viva. Viva the veterans, viva. Viva Mkondo Wesizwe of the ANC, viva. Viva Kosas, viva. Viva Sasko, viva. Chikijela wasfa Simba Chikijela. Jikijela ufasimba jikijela. Roar young lions roar. Roar young lions roar. Ayaroka mayanga yanga ayaroka. Haichukucha mayanga yanga haichukucha. Haichukucha mayanga yanga haichukucha. Amandla. Amandla. Skokhele moya ka Comrade Florence. Skokhele. Pepezela moya ka Mophosho. Pepezela. Amandla. The Honorable Premier of Gauteng, Comrade Panyaza Lusifu, Cabinet Ministers and Deputy Ministers in our midst, the Executive Mayor of Johannesburg, Comrade Dada, NEC members of the ANC led by the TG and all its structures, the People's Army of Umkhonto weSizwe Liberation War veterans, veterans of our movement led by the President, Comrade Snooki Zikalala, NEC members of the ANC Women's League, all former leaders in our midst, with the former President of the ANC Women's League, Comrade Nosviwe Maphisa Nqakula, and all structures of the ANC Women's League, the ANC chaplains, the leadership of the South African Police Service, comrades and people of Gauteng, allow me to once again convey our deepest condolences to the family of Mayor Mophosho, the broader ANC family, the entire community of Alexandra in particular, and Gauteng in general. Sibonge ngokuzithobileyo nokungazenzisiyo kwifamily ngensebenziswano nokusipha ithuba lokuba sithethe ngale mini inkulu kangaka yokubekwa kukaMayor Mophosho kwikhaya lakhe lokugqibela. Comrades, please permit me, on behalf of the ANC Women's League, to convey our heartfelt appreciation and profound gratitude to our government for according this special honor of an official funeral for this exceptional leader, the former president of the ANC Women's League, who have made a significant contribution to the struggle for the liberation of our country. Indeed, Mayor Florence Mophosho can be defined as an epitome of resilience, dedication, and sacrifice, a woman of rare species who flew where only eagles spared. Born in the aftermath of the First World War, where more than 600 black South Africans with no conventional military training perished where SS Mendi sank in the Atlantic Ocean en route to a war they never commissioned. Mayor Florence Mophosho was born in Alexandra Township, which continues to carry a legacy of infamous separate development, which brought our country the Land Act, the Group Areas Act, the Pass Laws, the Separate Amenities Act, and a litany of other laws which enforced the institutionalized racism towards the black community in majority. Like many young girls of her generations, Mayor Mophosho was forced to leave school at an early age to fend for her family and herself. But her consciousness soon developed, and she realized that the political climate was not normal. The wind of change that was blowing across the African continent inspired Mayor Mophosho to join the struggle, and she became one of the 50,000 volunteers who traversed our country to collect the freedom demands, which became the foundation of the adoption of the Freedom Charter in 1955. Preceding her involution in the Congress of the People, Mayor Mophosho played a key role as a leader of the Federation of South African Women, which brought about the very first convention of women and adopted a Women's Charter of 1954. an astute organizer, and a protagonist in the Defiance campaign. The matriarch of our revolution was instrumental in organizing bus boycotts, a plethora of mass demonstration in an endeavor to bring the then regime to its knees. An all-round activist, Mophosho knew that there was a struggle within the struggle, and that she became an executive member of the Federation of South African Women, a mass-based women's movement which brought together women from across the social and political divide with one vision to unite all South African women to fight against the triple oppression. Mophosho was not only a leader in the Federation, but became a prominent figure in the structures of the ANC Women's League and formed part of the 20,000 women who marched to the Union Building to challenge the notorious trader to strike a woman and strike her raw. Her discipline, dedication, and political aptitude saw Mophosho in confrontation with the powers that be, and a series of harassment and arrests by the security branch ultimately led her being exiled after the burning of the African National Congress. In exile, this colossal woman contributed to serve the movement with utmost fidelity, and she was the then elected into the ANC National Executive Committee as a member, became one of the very few women to be elected into the organization's highest decision-making body as that of the ANC at the time. Mophosho was indeed a versatile revolutionary who served as an organizer, a trained combatant, and an ambassador for the liberation of women, who served as a chairperson of the women's sector in exile and a leader of the women's section, and advanced the struggle for the total liberation of women with passion. Comrades, it is therefore not an accident of history, but predestination that Florence Mophosho succumbed to ill health on the 9th of August 1985, exactly the same day that she was part of the Women's March 29 years prior. Our history is not just dates, but a rich tapestry of human experience. And today, when we celebrate 9th of August in each year, we are called to duty in defense of the freedoms that we enjoy, and as a consequence of the sacrifices made by Florence Mophosho and her generation. Mophosho was interred on foreign soil with her military honors bestowed on her, and during her exhumation, her combat uniform, which is the ANC Women's League blouse, was still intact in her lifeless remains exactly 40 years later. Even in the diaspora, this gallant fighter, the giant for the dusty township of Alexandra, was conferred with the highest honor as she was laid to rest with the green and black blouse of the ANC Women's League for her contribution as the champion of the total liberation of women. It is therefore indeed to the members of the ANC Women's League to appreciate the significance of the uniform, which is the black and the green blouse of the ANC Women's League, on its importance, on why do we then wear it and where and how. She received the Order of Luthuli. Mophosho was awarded this honor by the second president of a new South Africa that she fought for so gallantly in recognition of her excellent contribution to the anti-apartheid struggles, braving police harassment to mobilize society for a just democratic South Africa and striving for gender equality. Comrades, as members of the ANC Women's League, we learn from Mophosho the significance of donning the ANC Women's League blouse, that it is neither a beauty contest nor some Stockfell uniform, but a devotion to national allegiance. We must commend the ANC government, though, for setting the tone for the development of the women in institutions such as ESCOM, where women are making inroads in the higher echelons of decision-making. The list is endless, and we see the visibility of our women occupying the key strategic and the center of power in government, but also in our organization. The ANC Women's League takes enormous pride in the reports that all 4 ESCOM coal power stations, which have contributed immensely in maintaining the electricity availability factors to more than 75%, are headed by women. In that, igama lamakhosikazi, malibongwe. Today, the load shedding is the thing of the history. It is because of the contribution of these women that have been afforded this opportunity to form part of the team that, as this country, we put our trust on in ensuring that the lights for these South African citizens became on at all times. We also salute the ongoing advances made by young women in taking up space in institutions of higher learning, particularly the recent positive results from SASCO in various institutions of higher learning. We are indeed confident that the future is female and will be realized in our lifetime. In memory of Memo Posho, let us strive for unity of our movement, and with the highest discipline, let us desist from malfeasance and sowing of disunity in our organization. As women, let us be nurturers and be the glue that will keep our movement a united, progressive force of the left. The ANC is under siege from all fronts. The regime change agenda is real, and with our green blouse, we must be first and the last line of defense. It is upon us as women to defend the gains of the 1994 political breakthrough. Our constitutional democracy was founded on the principles of the Freedom Charter and many other documents developed by the ANC over a period of a century. And our commitment to the renewal of the ANC must be action-orientated. It should not just be a lip service. It must be about the needs of the people. It must be about the service delivery. It must be about prioritizing not our own interests and benefits, but that of the community members of our country. Let us refrain from social media frenzy, but go back to our branches to build issue-based branches of the ANC and the Women's League that will confront challenges facing our communities. Our greatest enemy, comrades, in this year is gender-based violence and femicide, and it is our struggle to confront with contempt it deserves. We must fight malnutrition and poverty with all that we have. Our children are increasingly enslaved in the substance abuse and teenage pregnancy, and these are the real challenges that our communities are looking upon to the ANC to lead society, and we must do that with conviction. The 2024 setback still haunts us as the movement, and we have the revolutionary duty to reconnect with our people who are still languishing in crime and poverty in Alex and Sesego, Kwanongoma, in Khayelitsha, and in Hanover Park. Albeit a lot of improvement has been advanced by the ANC over the last 3 decades, more still needs to be done though. We must commend initiatives such as Johannesburg Municipality under the leadership of Comrade Tata Morero to clean up the city of Johannesburg. This initiative must be intensified to bring hope to our people. Taking over illegal occupied buildings in the inner city is a commendable initiative. and our government must not tolerate lawlessness. We want to see the same effort, Comrade Tata, and your team, and commitment from our township, such as Soweto, Alex, and many more, to get the very same service in terms of the safety and security of our community members. The ANC Women's League, once again, want to put it on record that we reject the parading of Madam Helen Zille as the mayoral candidate to the city of Johannesburg after the 2 decades of apartheid system policies of separate development in Cape Town. The city of Johannesburg remains the economic hub of the country, but also the cosmopolitan metropolis of the African continent, where people from everywhere in the continent and elsewhere converge for better economic opportunities. Therefore, Helen Zille is on record in her reference to people from the Eastern Cape who come to Cape Town as refugees, and it is rather worse with the situation of Johannesburg. Asikalibali maqabane. Johannesburg is not for Helen Zille. Johannesburg, it's not for opportunists. Johannesburg, it is our city. It is only the ANC that will be able to maintain its diversity of people that are coming from all corners of the world and still be appreciated and be served equally, not be taken back to the history of apartheid. It can't be under the leader of the DA. Only the ANC can lead and emerge in that space. The absolute leader of the DA and her group of lackeys continue to be the deceitful through the fallacious audits that do not translate to the service delivery in Miningberg, Delft, Mitchell's Plain, Danone, Kraaifontein, Khayelitsha, and Philippi. There's nothing that really the ANC or the councillors of the ANC can learn from the ANC, from the DA. It is a misleading statement to say that the councillors of the ANC can learn something from a DA that is very decisive and still live with the policies of the apartheid regime that we fought for tirelessly. So let us rise now as Mophosho did. Let us close ranks. Let's defend the city of Johannesburg as volunteers of the ANC, who are women in majority. Let us never give the madam and the DA any space in Johannesburg. Zille is not welcome here. Away with Madam Zille, away. Run, Zille, run. Run, Zille, run. Away, Zille, away. Let us deploy all our resources for the ANC to emerge in Johannesburg for the sake of our children. As women, let us use our majority to block the DA from another failed administration. We must appeal to the ANC that women be given an opportunity to lead across all our municipalities. We've said it before, TG, and we repeat. The ANC Women's League resolved that for the 2026 local government election, we want 50% of women in ward deployment. And we are not apologetic. Nga, umame palini. Kufike iskhathi ke manje. Akusekho nokunqatsha. If 50% is not negotiable, it is a must. Masiya ku local government election, we are no longer as women because we stand on soldiers of our Mama Ume Mophosho. We stand on soldiers of her generation that did not deter, that fought until they went to the grave in ensuring that women emancipation is a reality and appreciated, that women are liberated fully. And they knew that for us to do so, these women must be afforded an opportunity, not only to do the door-to-door as they do every day. but not only just to be seen as volunteers that are committed to save the moment and make the ANC to go back to its glory and be in charge again. But they can't do that when they lead behind. They must be given an opportunity to lead at the front. They must lead from the front, not at the back. It is now that during the local government election, from branch processes, BGM and PAGM, you take that opportunity as women. You become in numbers to make meetings of the ANC to correct. We dare not fail Florence Mophosho for not doing what they fought for us to be at some point leading the communities. Because as women, since Zalabantu, we know how to take care of the families and we know how to take care of the community members. Siyayikhuluma TG, siyazinengela as I learned that as Women's League, this is the decision that we have taken and we are not afraid and no one will threaten us and we are not going to step back. We are not negotiating it. We want the ANC to implement its own policies and live in respect of the spirit of Mamu Florence Mophosho and afford these volunteers that make this venue to be full in respect of Mophosho, not as a former leader of the ANC as the president, Women's League, but also as the former National Executive Committee member of the ANC. But these volunteers of the ANC Women's League, they came in numbers in ensuring, Comrade Panyaza, that Umamu Mashophe, Umamu Mophosho, makayobekwa kwikhaya lakhe lokugqibela, abekwe with respect and dignity. We want to appeal to the family of Umamu Florence Mophosho not to leave us behind. We may have committed mistakes. We may have done wrong to the family, to the extent of them taking few steps back and saying, ANC mayizibone, but they are not doing the way we thought and expected them to do things when we thought they were fighting to liberate people of this country. So we are appealing to the entire and the extended family of Florence Mophosho that you dare not fail her as a family. She went to exile with the hope of coming back to liberate the people of this country, not women alone. But unfortunately, ubuya namhlanje sekubuya kungamathambo. Engasekho yena uzocelebrate the freedom that she fought for, liberating this country. So we want to plead to the family to forgive us where we went wrong and don't leave us. Be with us, guide us, tell us where we are wrong, as Umamu Florence Mophosho did. I'm told that she was a brave woman. She could not leave anything unspoken. If it's wrong, it's wrong. And she would tell you without expecting anything in return. And with that, we appreciate your support. Amandla, Malibongwe, the future is female. Now is the time. Watinto mama, watinti mbokodo. Thank you very much. Thanks, Program Director.
Thank you very much, TG. SG, I'm going to allow Paya Kange Dili Tula Dilindela Ikwaya Riam Apa, which is called Kananda Cultural Group. We are Paganyo Kakulu Agabatot. Akshala Pansi. Tandilindela Unzungulu wetu, Comrade Gwen Ramaphosa. Uramachupa is going to be the one representing Unzungulu wetu. Makukume makoska teta. And deliver the choir must. Papi o mama kakuzawuthetha uTV. Papa mama. Andiniva bomama tu. Uzawuthetha uNdlunkulu ngoku. Ewe, sikhapha umaflow. Makunyakame kwalolo. Sekuzokalipazuka Thabo Sichayelela uThixo wethu. Sichayelela uThixo wethu. Sawucela ke sisonge amaqabane. Sichayelela uThixo wethu. Sohlala phansi ngoku. Sichayelela uThixo wethu. Osonga alemntana osonga nomzabalazo sikhapha umaflow. Sikhapha umaflow. Osonga we're here to celebrate uBobi bukaMaflow. We're here to celebrate uBobi bukaMaflow.
What's that, Dylan?
Amandla masibambe emaqabane ixesha. Aniti choir. Amandla. Enkosi Maqabane. Thank you very much. Siyabulela Maqabane, masibambeni. Masibambe ke discipline Maqabane, thank you very much. Sishayelela uThiji wethu. We all know uThiji wethu, but before ndimchaze, I would like to allow Igananda Cultural Group to sing one song. Thank you so much. Siyabulela, over to you.
Maga
saphakamisa uThiji wethu saphakamisa uNkulunkulu ngoku enkosi siyabulela kwiGananda Cultural Group. We're going to allow our TG or represent uNdlunkulu. Igama lamakhosikazi ma libongwe, igama lamakhosikazi ma libongwe ma libongwe ma mali. Ndibona abanye mama bahleli phansi. Ndicela wonke umuntu ongumama aphakame aculele uThiji. Igama lamakhosikazi ma libongwe, igama
Malibongwe, malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe, malibongwe. Igama lamama Florence Mophosho malibongwe. In the best interest of time, if it was not really that I am a messenger from the African National Congress of Mama Mophosho, I would actually say, ke laka leo, I'm covered by the eloquent speakers before me. I will deliver part of the message that I've been requested to deliver, and where there are factual representation of where Mama was born, when she went to exile, and where she represented as well at. I will leave it so that because it was just a reaffirmation of the fact that we're talking about someone we all know, and someone we all know about, and someone, although departed, her spirit will continue living on in our lives, in our organizations, in our nation, in the Africa that hosted her, and in the world that also helped create her. Program directors, thank you for this opportunity, and allow me to salute the clergy who have been with the family through thick and thin. Allow me to also salute the family of Mama Florence Mophosho and the next of kin for allowing us once more to be part and parcel of your time with Umama. We appreciate, as I've always said, that the ANC doesn't belong to its leaders. The ANC belongs to the families that brought up these leaders, that instilled values, that instilled courage, and that also instilled the love for their country. The ANC belongs to the families who were harassed by the police, families who also were jailed because they were associated with the activists for liberation, and the families that continue to stand steadfast to support the movement of their beloved ones, even though they do not have a chance to celebrate this democracy with them now. So we are really honored that the family of Mophosho still reflects of that pain, of that struggle they also shared with Umama Florence. This is a provincial state funeral, and protocol advises that the chief mourner is the premier of this province. Premier Panyaza Lusufi, let me acknowledge you and your executive for honoring this woman, heroine, whose remains were here to rebury. Let me also acknowledge the executive mayor, Dada Murero, members of parliament, members of the provincial legislature, and members of the municipal councils that come from far and wide. I've also seen the executive mayor of Buffalo City Municipality, who is also amongst us, and those that I haven't seen. The NEC members and former members of the NEC of the ANC, including our former speaker, who was also former speaker of the ANC Women's League, Mayor Mapisa Ngakula, as well as our program director here, Sis Pam Chwete. In the morning when we were coming in, I said to the younger women that Mayor Pam Chwete is a disciplinarian. We must be on time, and we must be quiet, and we must contribute. These are the kinds of products that come from Umama Florence Mophosho, who are leaders as well. Let me acknowledge also Ndate Amos Basondo and Ndate Hope Papo and all the structures of the African National Congress that are here with us today. They are also ex-officio members of the NEC, including Comrade Panyaza Lissu. I want to acknowledge our glorious movement, members of Umkhonto weSizwe Liberation War veterans. We are proud of the legacy that you share with Umama Mophosho. The president and the SG of the ANC Veterans League and all the veterans here, the NEC of the Women's League, we've been addressed by a young, dynamic SG, Comrade Noktula Ngaba. I also want to acknowledge the leadership of ANC Women's League in Gauteng, the NEC and leaders of the Youth League, including the PYA, COSAS, and SASCO, as well as the Young Communist League. The alliance partners of this revolutionary movement, the SACP, COSATU, and SANCO. I want to also acknowledge each one of you who is here. In the ANC, we say, if you are a member of the ANC, you are a leader of society. It is not about positions. Mayor Mophosho did not start as a leader. She was recommended for leadership ka diketso tsa gagwe, ka lerato la gagwe la setšhaba le la tokologo ya setšhaba sa gagwe. Any leaders of other political parties that may be here, government representatives, traditional institutions, faith-based organizations, fellow mourners, comrades, and friends. Today, in this historic, iconic Johannesburg City Hall, which is a facility of the Gauteng legislature, a people's parliament in the province, we fulfill a historic sacred mission of the reburial of an iconic South African woman, Mayor Florence Mophosho, an ordinary rural township woman who extraordinarily sacrificed everything in her life just for the love of her country and her people. A patriot in deeds who gallantly fought alongside the likes of Owar Tambo, Gertrude Shope, who was in her executive of the Women's League, which she led, Comrade Chris Hani during exile times, all to liberate our nation from the brutal colonial, racist, and sexist apartheid regime. We salute her commitment, and we commit that her legacy will forever inspire the people of our land, her region, Africa, and the world that empowered her unwavering spirit. Her legacy of Ubuntu, that says you are because I am. Her legacy of it taking a village to raise a child. Her legacy of gender equality and respect of each and every person's human rights and human dignity. A legacy of envisioning and actioning a better world of equal human dignity and the right to a shared prosperity for all that live in our country, in our continent, and in the world. It was befitting that President Mbeki accorded her the Order of Luthuli in silver, because indeed she is one of the many heroines of our country. Today marks the final homecoming of Comrade Florence Mophosho, a grandmother, an aunt, a mother, a sister, and our leader. After 4 decades of rest on foreign-friendly soil, her mortal remains have been repatriated to the land she loved and for which she has sacrificed all. To the family and those that really long that she could have been home to raise her children, her grandchildren, and her great-grandchildren, I would like to share with you one of the chapters in the Gospel according to Matthew 11, 28 to 30. To her, we say, and also you who are heavily burdened, come to me, all you who are weary and carry heavy burdens, and I'll give you rest. Take my yoke upon you, let me teach you, because I am humble and gentle at heart, and you will find rest for your souls, for my yoke is easy to bear, and the burden I give you is light. These are the encouragements that Umama Mophosho had. She didn't feel the burden of fighting for her country, for her freedom. You've already heard that she was born in Alex and was involved in a number of struggles against the past laws, against the bus boycott, for the bus boycott in Alex, and that she also contributed to the success of many leaders like Lillian Ngoyi, Sophie de Bruyn, Rahiba Musa, and Helen Joseph on the day that she gave her last breath on, the 9th of August, 1956 March, where the women of South Africa said, this far, not further, with the oppression. You've also heard that she went into exile after being pursued by the then regime. We are proud that her role not only as a national liberation struggle leader rose for her to be a true Pan-Africanist and an internationalist. Because indeed, South Africa was the last country to be liberated. And there is greater than expected of South Africa to help Africa to be economically emancipated and liberated. It is the role that Mayor Mophosho and many others who were empowered and enabled to usher our democracy. It is the role of us South Africans that is expected. We are not propagating undocumented foreigners. We call on foreigners to respect the countries they come from. If they come legally, through the legal channels, we will have no choice but to work with their countries the way that South Africans who were in exile worked with our countries and were supported. Until Africa is truly economically liberated, the struggle of South Africa still remains unfinished. We learned that in 1964, until her death, her prominence rose in the Women's International Democratic Federation, and she was stationed in East Berlin. Comrades, reflecting on the depth and trust of ideological clarity she represented, tell us that she was the only woman leader at the Morogoro Consultative Conference in 1969, where the ANC fundamentally redefined its strategy and structure for the armed struggle. This singular position speaks volumes about her weight, leadership weight in the movement. And indeed, it responded to O.R. Tambo's call that women do not wait to be invited. Stand up and work for your organization and work for your nation. The struggle is too heavy for women alone, so said Mayor Charlotte Maxeke. We have heard how she strengthened the gender agenda and looked after women's needs in as much as she looked after the needs of men, many of whom were young and needed that motherly figure. We gather to honor a generation of selfless patriotism. We say to Mama Mophosho, where she is, that today as we lay to rest in her own country, her remains, as we reawaken her spirit, we report that South Africa is much better than when she left it to go to exile. We have a constitution that protects human rights and dignity, including the right to socio-economic progress for every South African. We have an extensive, comprehensive social security net for those who can't afford, prioritizing children through child support grants, persons with disability through disability grants. We have equal old age grants that are regular than when she left for everyone, including the black people who did not have. We have access to free and subsidized housing, the biggest real estate that is accessible post-liberation in the world. We've got free primary health care and access to hospitals. We have free education up to higher education level. And there are various subsidies for the indigent support programs, including for municipal services, amongst others. We have a vast infrastructure for basic services such as water, electricity, and roads. And in this province, when you left, Mama, there was no bridge between Alex and Sandton. We know it must take more than a bridge. It must take Alex to even be a more modern community than Sandton. When you left, Mama, there was no Gautrain. The trains were always full and people falling from them. We have a fast train which we want to encourage the premiers of Gauteng and Limpopo to work on having that fast train between Johannesburg and Polokwane. Indeed, South Africa is a tourist attraction area. It's respected by investors and many global institutions. These are concrete evidence of the work that has been done. As it is said, tell no lies and claim no easy victories. In the 3 decades of freedom, we have also experienced setbacks. Amongst the setbacks was the loss of leadership of the metros, including Johannesburg and Tshwane. And we know, Mama, that in the hands of the opposition, who now believe that they can deliver better for us, we have had regression. My township, Atteridgeville, used to be one of the cleanest. Soweto was tarred, all of it, by the leadership that imbibed the values from you. We lowered guard. We fought amongst ourselves, and the opposition took reign. We are now rebuilding from that painful, short history of the regression that we have experienced. It is not time to lament. This is time to rebuild. We want to thank the ANC that is now in charge with other parties of Johannesburg, of Tshwane, Ekurhuleni, of Sidibeng, and other areas, that let us focus on what Mayor Florence Mophosho wanted us to do. As a nation, we must deal with the persistent mass joblessness amongst the youth that burned midnight candles for their qualification. The unemployed graduate phenomenon cannot be tolerated. It is unacceptable structural failure of our government skills development plans. And this is one of the priorities in the ANC Economic 10-point plan released recently by President Ramaphosa. We face persistent economic constraints with the 2023, 2024, and 2025 growth really at meager progress. Not sufficient rates of growth to eradicate poverty. The high cost of living puts pressure even through the middle strata that is bulging, accommodating many black people who didn't have opportunities in various areas. We want to thank national government and provincial government, and in particular led by President Cyril Ramaphosa, for for the introduction of the district development model. This must urge us to move as fast as we can and diligently to unlock the economic prowess that this country possesses. Our country is rich in minerals. Our country is rich in agricultural land. Our country is rich in what is referred to as a demographic dividend. Women are just over 50% of the population. That is also a demographic dividend that must come alongside men to rebuild, rekindle our economy. The young people who are in the majority cannot be on the sidelines. They must be put in the front lines of the economic growth that is inclusive and the shared prosperity that Mama Mophosho fought for. We wrestle with crime and criminality. In Soshanguve, the people that responded to Premier Panyaza's call to stand against crime in our communities were mercilessly killed. Homes are no longer safe as they are attacked by house robbers. Corruption is surfacing over and over in front of us, including in hospitals, resources that are supposed to look after the weak in our society when they are ill. When Mama Mophosho was still in exile and alive, we were fighting gender-based violence. And now it has deepened to gender-based violence and femicide, not leaving children behind. These problems and concerns, including the resurfacing of malnutrition, severe malnutrition that we had eradicated in this democratic era, and the water salt shortages that come up. These are a characteristic of what we say to ourselves that it's not yet uhuru. The first phase, political liberation, we have been able to deliver. There's still more to be done. Economic emancipation and the rebuilding of a social moral fiber that respects what Mama Mophosho fought for. I want to conclude by saying we're excited that since the state capture and since the ANC unleashed the renewal program, there has been progress. ESCOM has turned around. The utility has demonstrated a dramatic recovery and recently also announced the first time in 8 years some profitability. They are now focusing on making sure that electricity is affordable to the many rural areas where we have put infrastructure. More fundamentally, the burden of load shedding was cut from 329 days to just 13 days, and we look forward to it being history. This is the kind of a government and a leadership that Mama Mophosho would be proud of. Transnet, as a key logistic structure and network for growth, is also recovering. It has narrowed its net loss by 74%. We also want to thank the Minister, Barbara Creasy, for this progress and those that laid the foundation before her. PRASA is also resurging. And after 9 years, they have achieved a clean audit. And they have increased their passenger trips. Comrades, I did say that we are a rich country. Part of our endowments of the land of Mama Mophosho includes 91% of the world's reserves of the PGM group in mining. Approximately 40% of the world's manganese reserves, and approximately 35% of the world's chromite reserves. These are the mining products of the future economy, and many countries want to strengthen trade with South Africa. But let it be a positive trade where we don't only ship soil, but we also ship finished goods. And that's where the unemployed youth must come in. We look forward to the mining sector contributing to the Sovereign Wealth Fund that the ANC has presented in its manifesto. Mama Mophosho has run her race. This is a generation that we salute, and a generation that has never disappointed us. The period of introspection is over. The time for implementation is now. The ANC has always trained us to be solution-orientated. Let us renew our movement. Let us rebuild our economy through leveraging our national endowments, and let us deliver dignity to our people. Let us remember that this year in particular, there's over R1 trillion for infrastructure that will create jobs, and that our president and our government committed that of that, 40% must benefit women in procurement. So women must be busy to look at this 40%. But men must not feel they are excluded because they have 60. Sometimes when we say affirm women, men feel that they are not part of it. We are saying women must come alongside men. Sisters and brothers must come together because these boys are born of women. There is no way that we can want to leave them behind. Nobody must be left behind. But women must also have a stake. We who have breastfed from women, such as Albertina Sisulu, whose month we celebrate in October, Winnie Madikizela Mandela, and Umama Florence Mophosho. We learn from her, especially the latter, as she was known as a magic organizer. We will recover. We will not be phased. We will be disciplined. We will be honest. We will remind ourselves that we did not liberate the people of South Africa, but the people of South Africa liberated themselves and allowed the slogan, the ANC lives and the ANC leads. We must close the distance between the ANC and the liberation movement with our people. We must redress the low turnout that we have experienced in 2024 and 2021 so that the ANC strongholds can be motivated through the spirit of Mama Mophosho as a magic organizer to go and vote for the party of Mama Mophosho. The ANC doesn't belong to us as leaders, it belongs to the people. The people must feel we are with them and that we renew Mama's movement with them. We want to thank the family And we want to thank the provincial government led by Premier Panyasa for allowing us to also pay tribute, because indeed this is one of the leaders that we look up to. Aluta! Long live the spirit of Mama Florence Mophosho, long live. Long live the African National Congress, long live. Matla. Ke a leboga.
Siyabonga, comrades. Thank you, TG. Now we're going to go to the next part of our program, the obituary that is going to be done by Dr. Lisia. Amandla, comrade Tete man kancane. Sawubiza uDr. Lisia from the family, Lisia Lidwaba, azosifundela i-obituary. Then ungatsho again. Sorry, comrades. Let's ask everyone to stand up now for the obituary. Ubaba uDr. Lisia uzawusenzela yona. Thanks. Thanks.
Greetings to the ANC leadership and the leadership in public service, our fraternal leadership of fraternal organizations and the membership at large. The obituary reads as follows. Florence Mophosho was born on the 9th August 1921 in Alexander, Johannesburg. Her parents were Lily and John Letsuho Mophosho. Her birthday coincides with the anniversary of the Women's March at the Union Buildings in Pretoria in 1956, a cause she passionately championed. She was born into a family that faced economic hardships, as her father suffered from a chronic illness and her mother, trained as a teacher, worked as a domestic worker to support the family. After attending primary school, she enrolled at Alexander Secondary School, where she obtained her junior secondary certificate. Mophosho's activism began early in her life when she joined the ANC in 1952, spurred by the party's defiance campaign. As a prominent member of the ANC Women's League and the executive body of the Federation of South African Women, she was instrumental in organizing pivotal anti-apartheid protests, including the historic 1956 Women's March to Pretoria and the 1957 Alexander bus boycott. In 1960, after the ANC was banned, Mophosho went underground but continued her work tirelessly. The following year, on the ANC's directive, she went into exile, initially residing in Lusaka, Zambia, and later in Dar es Salaam. During her time in exile, she rose to international prominence as a representative for the ANC at the Women's International Democratic Federation. In 1971, she became the head of the ANC Women's Section. Throughout her life, Mophosho was committed to advancing the rights of women and improving child care for ANC members. Her dedication to the cause was unwavering. Despite facing challenges, including arrest and illness, Mophosho served on the ANC National Executive Committee from 1975 until her passing. She left an indelible mark in the organization and the broader struggle for equality and justice in South Africa. Mophosho's personal life was marked by resilience. She adopted a daughter, ensuring that her legacy of care and activism continue through the next generation. She battled health issues in her later years, but remained devoted to the cause until her passing in Lusaka, Zambia. In recognition of her immense contribution to the struggle against apartheid, Florence Mophosho was posthumously awarded the Order of Lutuli in 2007 by the then President Thabo Mbeki. Her commitment to justice, equality, and the empowerment of women will forever resonate in the hearts of those who continue to fight for a just South Africa. Florence Mophosho's life was a testament to her unwavering belief in a free and equal society. She will be remembered as a courageous leader, a loving figure to her family, and an inspiring symbol of hope for future generations. Rest in peace, Mokgwatlhe.
Thank you, Dr. Alicia. Now we're going to ask the platoon to come in and drape the flag, and they are going to take the flag and give it to the TG of the African National Congress. I'm handing over to you, Commander, to lead that ceremony. Comrade Ndombi will be taking it now and then forward it to the African National Congress leadership. It must be one of the quiet sessions, comrades. Then Bab Mashia will be handing over to him soon. Thank you, Siabonga. Then now we're going to the third part of our program. I'm going to hand over this part that will be led by Reverend Mashiane, because he will be conducting the ceremony. Kahulmente. Nkosi. Thank you, Baba.
Thank you, the program directors. We are now on part 3 of the special provincial funeral as declared by the President of the Republic of South Africa. I am now going to request the members from the South African Police Services to come forward and drape the casket. On behalf of the people of Gauteng province, I'm now going to request the Premier of Gauteng, Ntate Panyasa Lesupi, to come forward to deliver the message. Ke tlo kopa re eme ka maoto to show the respect. Just show the respect, ha re eme ka maoto. Except the family, le ka dula fatshe, the rest re ka ema ka maoto now.
Thank you, Ref. You may be seated. Thank you. Oi, oi, the undying spirit of Umama Mophosho. Oi, oi. Thank you so much, program directors, our MEC for Health and Wellness, Comrade Nomantu Ngomorale Huku, our member of the NEC, Umam Pemchwete, the Mophosho family and relatives, the entire leadership of the church, the TG of the African National Congress, and members of the National Executive Committee of the African National Congress, the President of the ANC Veterans League, our veterans, our leaders and former leaders of our movement, the Secretary General of the ANC Women's League, and the entire NEC of the Women's League, the Veterans League, the Youth League, and all our alliance partners. Members of the Gauteng Executive Council present, members of the National Parliament and members of the Provincial Parliament, as well as MMCs present. The Executive Mayor of our city, Councillor Dada Morero, and the Executive Mayor of Buffalo City, and all members representing various portfolios of our municipalities. Our co-convener, Comrade Amos Masondo, and the Provincial Coordinator, Comrade Hope Mankwane Papo, and all members of the Provincial Task Team that are present in this funeral. The Provincial Leadership of the Women's League, the Provincial Leadership of the Youth League, and the Provincial Leadership of the Veterans League, and those that are representing former soldiers of Umkhonto weSizwe. Allow me, comrades, to also acknowledge the regional leadership of our movement in this region of Johannesburg, together with the Women's League, Youth League, SANCO, SACP, and COSATU. I want to acknowledge the leadership of our traditional structures, the leadership of business, and organs of civil society. Fellow mourners, Mama Florence Mophosho, we are here as your children to say our appropriate goodbyes. Mama, we are here in all our generations to grant you a befitting funeral through an official provincial funeral granted by your government, the people's government, and the government of our country. Mama, we are here for us to appreciate and honor you for your outstanding role to fight and liberate our country. We applaud you. for your bravery. We embrace your commitment. We celebrate your role and elevation. We appreciate your fearless spirit and the undying love you had for our people. To us, history is on your side. To us, history without your name, it's not our history. To us, you are a heroine of our struggle, hence we have bestowed you with the Order of Lithuli in silver. During your living days, you were an inspiration. Now, during your sleep, you are an educator and a monument of our struggles against apartheid. You have indeed affirmed our call when we say, "Mmago ngwana o swara thipa ka bogaleng." You indeed represent this statement fully. When Mme Florence passed on, not all of us could have been given the opportunity to bid farewell to her. And this was mainly due to circumstances beyond our control. The historical conditions just did not allow us to say goodbye, Mama. The regime could not allow us to honor you in your own country. The system could not allow us to bid farewell to you. But today, we stand firm and proud that we've defeated the regime and we can reclaim the authority to say farewell to you without fear or favor. Those who thought the apartheid system will not go are now finding new excuse to discredit our liberation struggle. Those that were scared of fighting wars are today brave enough to raise their voices when there is no war. And those that need to join us to liberate our people are dragging us backward with petty things when we are concentrating in liberating our people completely. The mere fact that your family was not there in its entirety to bury you, we are proud we brought you home so that your entire family and relatives can say goodbye to you in peace. Mme Florence is one of South Africans who left the comfort of their homes for what it was under instructions from yet another home, the African National Congress. She clearly understood the meaning of the harsh conditions of the life in exile. What must have fortified here with full knowledge that exile was a temporary excursion. She's now back home with the people of her country. Be that as it may, we take comfort from the fact that the remarkable impact of Mme Florence's life is made on our nation's history, so that we can come and say, the movement you died for, the movement you lived for, the movement you wanted to grow, we are proud to say that movement is now taking you to a final resting place, and this movement will remain solid, not only for today, not only for tomorrow, but forever, because this is the movement of the people by the people, and it never retreats on its mandate. We are also pleased that the Mophosho family will finally find closure. After decades of agonizing about whether a moment will finally arrive for the family to take charge of the process of burying their beloved one. That moment has finally arrived. We may cry with the past of the traumatizing narrative which has robbed us of the intimacy of family bonds and relations. But we are also having the reasons to rejoice in the present as we reclaim the mortal remains as well as the spirit of Mayor Florence. Fellow comrades, we said it and we want to say it. Our freedom was not free, and our freedom must be defended. The life of freedom fighters and the life of this freedom fighter, it's nothing else but a hallmark that we need to continue with the struggle for total emancipation and economic empowerment of all our people. As she lies here in front of all of us, let this serve as a reminder that betrayal is not an option. As she lies here in front of us, let this be a reminder that our petty differences and petty squabbles will never take our struggle forward, but unity in purpose will liberate us completely. As she lays in front of us, we must all accept that she played a role. It's now our time to release her. Mama, we are now releasing you. We are releasing you, proud that you made a freedom charter a reality. We are releasing you, proud that you are a brave warrior during the bus strike. We are releasing you, proud that you participated in the defiance campaign, but our release today is a signal that the struggle continues. Go well, Mama. Sleep well, Mama. On behalf of the Gauteng government, we would like to thank our president for according you this special funeral as a befitting tribute for you to go and rest. Tsamaya hantle Tlou. Tsamaya hantle Kgarebe ya Alexander. Tsamaya hantle moetapele wa rona wa bomme. We'll meet again. But please strengthen us, because the next phase of our struggle, it's a phase that needs those that are not fearful. The next phase of our struggle is a struggle that needs you as our ancestors to guide us, because forward is where we are going. Backward, it's never. Ivalo, dololo, pele, pele, until the full liberation of our people. Tsamaya hantle mara.
A re emeng ka maoto, go bontsha tlhompho. You may be seated. Thank you. I am now going to call the marshalling officer for this funeral, Lieutenant Colonel S. Mukize, to come forward and give us the directives. From here, what is going to happen? Colonel, over to you.
Mangibingelele abafundisi in our midst ngegama lenkosi yethu Jesu Kristu, amen. Ngibingelele umndeni kamama wethu ngegama lenkosi Jesu Kristu, amen. A special greeting to our premier. Premier, may I kindly and humbly request your permission to say all protocol observed. Thank you, Premier. I am Lieutenant Colonel Mkhize. I will be the marshalling officer of this procession. I'm here to give the guidelines as to how are we going to conduct this procession, the provincial special funeral that was awarded to our mother. The procession will be led as follows. We've got 3 chaplains premier, and the reason why we have 3 chaplains is that our chaplains must assist each other in the future, as our chief chaplain, Mashiane, is bowing out. This is his last special provincial funeral that he will be conducting today. So, Premier, we cannot make, or rather we cannot say the chaplains will be police monarchs, because always the chaplain and the police lead. So the 3 chaplains will be leading, and they will be followed by the bearers, who will be carrying the coffin, and the bearers will be followed by the pallbearers. As this is the provincial special funeral, the Premier is our chief mourner. So I request that as we are leaving, or as we will be starting with the procession, the Premier will be on the right of the family as we proceed with the procession, and the Premier's vehicle, as the chief mourner, will be the vehicle behind the hearse, and Premier's vehicles will be followed by the vehicles that will be carrying the family. I now call upon our chaplains, but before our chaplains, let me call upon Warrant Officer Mabombo as our senior sergeant, and our junior sergeant to please, you'll be followed by the bearers, to please take your position outside, as well as the bearers take your position. Chaplains, please take your position in the middle of the passage. Chaplain down. Chaplain down. I now call our bearers as Warrant Officer Makada, Warrant Officer Zakwe, Warrant Officer Korombi, Warrant Officer Mutlamme, Warrant Officer Maluka, and Warrant Officer Thungwane. Bearers, take your position. Move. Chaplains, move further down. Hold. I now call our pallbearers as Brigadier Mtotova, Brigadier Labane, Brigadier Mutloung, Brigadier Mpasane, Brigadier Kompela, and Brigadier Van Wyk. Premier, we are ready with our procession. As I have requested, that Premier will be with the family, and the family will be on the right side of the left side of the Premier. I request that fellow mourners, you stand and remain standing until the last member of the family exit the door. We further request that we will be forming that our leading detachment will be formed up already. Please, as mourners, do not walk in between our leading detachment. Wait until the senior sergeant gives the command for them to move, then you can follow. Only the family can walk between our leading detachment. Fellow mourners, I request that you stand and remain standing.
Whilst Ubaba esalungisa, kune short announcement, all the regional leaders that have come with the delegations, they will remain here at the City Hall. Other people will go to the cemetery, but all of those that we have arranged transport with them, their food is here and they must remain with me here at the City Hall. Thank you.